this mobile buy station to get anything we need for the end game. And yes, you've got squad number 18, Team Zeppa, on that other ridgeline. Likely was wanting to get involved with that fight or maybe prevent them from taking space away from them.
Here we go. It's getting really tight. The new zone is right on the bridge, and somebody has driven the train right into in circle. So this will be a lot of fun as we see our four map winners of map number 1 trying to go back to back. Only the second team to be able to do that if they can execute on it. Here we go. You can see the train driving through the middle of our zone. And that's, I believe, who is it? Oh, it's OP Marks. They've somehow restabilized. And unfortunately for Super Evan, they're in trouble. But no, with smokes and with the help of their teammates, somehow they've ripped Raul, even though Destroy's team knew they were coming, saw them in, and even got first shots. They've somehow taken out one. Still, though, Otterize in trouble on the outside of this building.
We saw rotation just like that out of a squad in the EMEA lower round 2 for the same exact zone. You know what happened? They all died. So the fact that Otterize and Super Ev are still upstanding here, dead center, just trying to work with what they've is great, because we're into that next multiplier, 1.4x, and we need to get to top 10. But I still don't love where we're at. Too many angles, but you got to work with what you got.
Team Rated still alive on that western side. Team Sage, our top 3 team from map number 1, just got wiped, by the way, in I believe 15th place. Here's SSD trying to work their way into the circle, coming in a bit late, and they've got OP Martin Reed Boy on the other side. Already wiped this team once to see if they can do it again, especially when they have player advantage. The problem is, to be able to push this, you open up your shoulders to other teams and a flank comes through. Biffle in trouble. Has to make a play. They lose Hisoka. Only 2 left. Reed Boy still alive on the train. No one to contest them yet. And we're into the top 11. You got to get top 10. Can't overextend. Not yet. Rated, shoving and pushing the equation, but gets punished for it. They do get one. SSD falls, I believe, just barely in 10th place. Still a sizable multiplier, but we will not see them into this final circle. We still see 2 of the 3 of our former map winners. They could go back to back, but they have a tall task in front of them as a couple teams of 3 still alive.
Yeah, you got Mayapo, Otter, Prospect over there, still alive for Team Rated. Now, Rated is their IGL. He calls and allows Prospect and Mayapo to just focus on that fragging potential. So with Rated out of the lobby right now, it's going to give him more time to focus on giving comms to that duo. Otterize, Super Evan still on the opposing side, but for Locksteel, Sway, Hun City, this is the time to gatekeep this squad and deny them even more access. But Strixie goes down to that mobile, grabs a gas mask, and is looking for a Hail Mary rotation around.
Been waiting for this Hunticity squad to wake up. Barely missed out on an auto qual into the regional finals. 21st place and then struggled in lower bracket round 2. Have a chance to replicate their upper bracket success, but unfortunately for everyone right now, Super Evan is destroying every single player left on the map. The wolf is hunting. He is hungry, and he is devouring every team around him. All of a sudden, it looks like we will see a back-to-back winner unless somebody plays spoiler, and it's a 2-man show at this point as they wipe every team in their Warpath TIFF. It is a 2v1, and now no longer a third one. It's a 2v2. Super Evan, Otterize versus Zeppa on the other side.
This is crazy. That rogue rotation, they didn't have any space, and now they're bringing it down to the wire. Super Evan, Shadow Zeppa takes him down. on board with some of that action. We already knew that we've got a relatively central zone with that plane line kind of cutting it directly in half. So for teams that go manor or maybe more towards suburbs, you're going to get your boots on the ground, maybe less than. I can already see Rated Squad hanging out to get over to manor. But for the teams that own power, not a single soul contesting SSD.
No one wants to chalk their tournament. It's just not worth this point. And I think when we sent out that Q&A as our teams are getting hot early, and I think this Fade's team has been tested by Picnic every single time, and I think Fade Squad has come out on top almost every single time, at the very least the last couple maps. So we'll see if history repeats itself there. Most of that Q&A, Tiff, they said SSD, Falcons, Shifty, some variation of that, the hardest team to kill in the game. But a lot of the notes inside of that were, it's because no one can test them and they have infinite money and they have advanced UAVs at all times. So something interesting to think about, something interesting to maybe try later in the game. If you keep losing to SSD in the mid game, maybe just contest them early and, I don't know, hedge your bets. We'll see.
I love that questionnaire because we asked for a lot of fun facts, and I'm going to leave this to you guys in Twitch chat because this team has won a map so far. But what is this fun fact? Who does this belong to? And I quote, "I am Biffle's daddy and he would be nothing without me." Name the player. You're welcome. I'll wait. Don't worry, chat. No, it's okay. That was super Evan, and I was really shocked when I heard that. But regardless, on board with Picnic, Oakboy, and Scripta here in Riverside. This squad has been getting into those early tussles, so electing to throw down with that recon drone over to Fades in Tapa to maybe provide some information and allow Picnic and Scripta to go for an angle that would be otherwise unavailable. You can already see Picnic here to the left of Oakboy waiting for the push.
Yeah, that Q&A forum brought out some interesting answers, so we'll have some more notes for you at home. But yeah, super Evan apparently seen that thus far, but Oakboy trying to enact some revenge. Fades on the inside, can't grab an angle, and unfortunately, yet again, just not great timing. Couldn't get through the window to help out his teammate, and now Scripta again having to just dive out of here, get out of this fight as fast as possible, because Oakboy is basically dead in the water.
All right, well, Picnic in the Googe, and we'll check in back with that later. Scripta across the way, able to go immensely quick to get over there. But for this gulag right here, Oakboy, looks like we're in trouble. Potentially Scummin on the opposing side. I lied, it's Rudy. Scummin's way out in Narnia. Rudy already hits the damage onto Oakboy, brings him down to 5 HP, and immediately starts challenging.
Oh, what? Oakboy just couldn't figure out where his opponent was. I don't know if it was the sound of the Molotov masking the footsteps or what, but just gets obliterated. And oh, that's brutal. I'm seeing several teams go to the gulag early. I see Aiden headed to the gulag early. I saw almost the entirety, if not the full team of Jowo with Jace headed to the gulag early. This is already heating up, and we just got started here in map number 3. As Exact and SitRep try to figure out what the heck they should do as they restabilize back onto the map this time. Trying to figure out where to go from here. A lot of teams down at the bottom of the leaderboard or near the bottom of the leaderboard that shouldn't be there on paper. This team, Team Tommy, needs a big map to get right back into contention. And looks like they're going to be contested potentially on this high ground. But high ground is fantastic, especially early, to gain some information. You can see some of those flares when people get their buybacks. You can see some of those flares when people are doing some of the recons. And they're making a wide wrap all the way over to where Watch Waldo is.
Yeah, they're really going to need this. Now, granted, they're sitting at 18th place on the leaderboard with 16.2 points, and we'll check back in with them later because Vombat Devo Shero had a lot of words coming out of the lower round 2 and find Jowo off on his lonesome, able to clean that up with ease. But you have to start thinking, what's going wrong for Jowo, Bredman, and co. off to be eliminated that early on?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll keep checking in with all the teams that we can. Team that kind of fell a little bit silent. Haven't seen them on main stage as much. You can say FaZe Doozy there with Adrian. Looks like only 2 up for that squad. Where is Sage? Has he been fully eliminated? Maybe in the gulag currently. Only time will tell, but it's a squad a lot of people have fairly high expectations for. I know the Death talked a little bit about it. Skullface with a live ping there from Noobs, able to wall bang through that door and wall and still get some hit markers on his opponents. Now they push the equation. They have one weak, but they can't do it. Skullface goes down. Will Swag pull a clutch? No, they do end up falling, and just in the nick of time to be able to grab a full res. Very well done. That looked hairy for a moment, though.
Yeah, it was definitely messy as we go to the gulag here with
wow.
Swag. Let's run it up against Swish'em here real quick, and then we'll kind of run and talk about what we just witnessed, because it was messy, to say the least. But for Swag, playing it more conservative here. It does connect and take the shields. Now we're pushing Swish here. Smoke to disengage. Here comes the rope. Who's going for the zip? I don't know. Swish, though, makes the play, and Swag able to bring it on through. Hopefully, Adrian can do the same.
The life of the map was on the line for that if Adrian were to lose this one as well. This is Zepp on the other side. Last map winner, Adrian, certainly with the advantage. Sheppa evens it up, though, and does barely get the win there. That would have been brutal. Adrian had the bulk of their cash, 8 grand in pocket, leaving the gulag. Swag only had 1,800, so that does allow that team to fully restabilize. Adrian loses that. It's going to be very, very difficult. But hey, Shaded Step, again, this OP Mark squad cannot get a hold of this higher quality lobby. They had their way with lower bracket round 2, and they can't get anything going here in the regional finals. Head back to the gulag. OP Mark trying to save his team from relegation down to LCQs.
All right, well, OP Mark loses, fully eliminated. Now we have to see, can Shaded Step make it on out? But you've got Unrational on your opposing side, an early shield crack coming through, and well, now they're bouncing around, and Unrational shows just why he's that far up on that elimination leaderboard. It's going to be Reed Boyd looking for a major comeback here, and well, if you're going to land in pop-off power on the outskirts, you may own it. Gets one buyback for now, and OP Mark does have enough cash to drop here as well and get Shaded Step, so full regain inevitable.
It looks like they are free and clear to kind of relocate back into pop-off and try to regain to some semblance of stability. They have been struggling this whole map and frankly this whole tournament thus far, this round of the tourney, but a nice restabilization. Again, Adrian had all of the cash, and now Swag carries all of it at now 14K. Gonna buy some potentially gas masks and everything in between that they need, and actually they're gonna spend it all here on UAVs. No, a loadout. I was about to say, what cost that amount? Did he buy 3 UAVs that fast before the fire sale? No, gonna get a loadout because none of them have weapons. They all need it. Gonna get everything they need to restabilize, get right back into the mix, and try to take a fight.
Well, here's a team I'm excited about. Here's the stabilization, but on the opposing side, we had just seen Super Rev, and gotta look at them all locked in. They're also in pop-off power, so that'll be quite interesting to see them make a play here. But back to Industrial we go. And things were looking good for the regain, and all of a sudden, not so much.
Yeah, and I think it actually is entirely on the back of Super Raven's team. This Super Raven team, you can see it squad 2 as we see the new circle close in. Pop-Off still technically in zone. We're actually headed nearly dead center of the map, likely maybe around a cargo finish or somewhere in between. Kind of that blank space on the map between cargo and Pop-Off. Oftentimes we'll have a decent amount of circles in there, so watch out for that one as well. But this Shaded Step team can't get anything going. Wherever they go, wherever they try to stabilize, they get ripped down. They were free in Pop-Off for about a minute and a half, and then several teams relocated back up here, knowing that SSD had kind of vacated a little bit of a power vacuum spot where people could kind of restabilize, refine a spot to hold out for these next couple zones, because they don't know exactly where it'll end. But more fights on the edge of zone. This team playing a totally different game of Warzone than most. They are hunting the edge of zone consistently. Unrational, a top fragger, and it's paying off. 5th place currently here, Tiff.
Yeah, this is a nice position here to gatekeep these opposing squads just across the way. Foul Nets is unfortunately going to fall for Team Swish'em, but it opens the door for Scummin to join alongside Unrational to look to 2v3 squad number 29, Stemper, Zen Purity, and Crafty. And the way we're just looking to break this down, we can 2v1, and obviously that player just anchoring from the back is going to allow some suppression here for Scummin, but the smoke and the drop down is inevitable. Now, let the C4s do the trick. We knock Stemper, and unfortunately the C4 doesn't connect, but that's fine.
Trade from distance, but they don't have the velocity or the range to clean him up, which means Donkey can come in and clean up the opposing team. They begin to run. It's a 3v2 edge of zone. Zone's closing, albeit very slowly. Donkey gonna try to catch them in rotation, and I'm getting word from production. Were you wondering if OP Mark is still alive? Well, they're gone. Fully wiped out of this lobby, still near bottom of the leaderboard. Things not going well for them after a massive success in lower bracket round 2.
Speaking of lower bracket round 2, this squad did quite well and had words about when are we going to get scrims? Like, when can we start working on those things? Well, Cheryl on 4 elimination, Vonbot in the gulag, and we got to get Devo back into the fray here over at Condos, looking for a rotation in. The heavy hitters of the lobby just currently sitting in, I believe, 3rd place overall, have found some eliminations to kick things off, but are now contesting here with your map 2 winners.
Yeah, they're making map 2 winners look silly. Quick breakdown of Zeppa, Levi flying back in, trying to figure out where to land at this point as his team is fully eliminated, and believe trying to just pick up a couple free kills maybe up in the crane, huh? Finally gets dropped after a couple plates get broken and scares him away as we try to regain Popov. It was fun to kind of watch this on our side view of the map as a C4 almost hits Shifty in the face. About to break into a 3v3 here. They let Popov, and now they've come back to reclaim their territory. Let's see if they can do it.
Okay, there goes Nickel down and out. So a 3v2. Soka takes the brunt of that damage, but watch Waldo falls elsewhere. You hear the buybacks come through. Shifty's got eyes on Waldo, but can we keep it moving? Should be a nice breakdown, and they can just keep on taking this space. Now you think to where that zone is going to be pulling towards, we're still relatively central, but until Circle 4 pops, we'll have to wait and see which side you want to be on. For now, Jace on your screen, looking for some angles. Lovey and co say, no, we're not staying in this building, but the hunt is on.
Now, I'm a commentator. I'm not on the map right now, but these teams look scared. Every time a gunfight starts, everybody just sprints. And when you don't have player advantage, it's not a bad play. But this Joe team pushed the building, didn't even get a knock. And then all of a sudden, the other teams are just running away from them. They only get 1 or 2 kills out of that between 2 other teams. And with a quick portable buy, they should be able to get their teammate back quickly, Brad right back into the map. This team had some very early struggles in this map, all being sent to the gulag within the first minute and a half or so, and quickly trying to stabilize and get right back into the mix here, especially now that we're moving into the 4th and 5th circles. It's about high time, and looks like they're not able to get bread back yet. They have enough cash for it, trying to figure out where to throw the portable buy. I think they just threw it right as we left. A couple smokes to get onto the bridge.
Well, here we are with Team Huskers looking for a rotation of their own, sitting in 24th place overall, 12 placements outside of locking in that ticket to the global final. Now, granted, all of our players that do not qualify today will drop down to the last chance qualifier, but you'd like to lock your ticket in now. But getting a look at where that circle is pulling to, this is going to be challenging. And I say that because you have the waterway kind of straight through the middle, and you have to decide which side of the map do you think it's going to pull to. Yes, Cargo has technically more playable space, and well, looks like SSD is choosing to fight from pop-off power towards the Cargo side, expending streaks along the way.
Folks at home, if you didn't see that down at the bottom while we're dissecting the map, you can head over to youtube.com/Call of Duty. The map always on for you to view alongside it. And between games, it's a leaderboard. So you'll have a ton of info at your fingertips over there on YouTube. If you're watching with us here on Twitch, don't have to leave. Just open them both. Check it out. Get some more intel as we're talking about it. But back into the action at hand. Biffle on top of the high ground position. This is what they want to hold. This is what they start to call win con, or win condition, is having high ground, middle of zone, knocking teams out, as Color Squad likely headed straight to the lobby.
Okay, Biffle hits the crack, looking for that Toph though. Came in from that lower round 2. Had some really solid plays throughout that series, but for now, Shifty inside the building. C4s for openings, just trying to lay their sights onto one of these members, and man, we are just trading positions. This guy's inevitable, and unfortunately, Squad 33 does fall.
You could just spend hours YouTube videos watching this team breaking down their strategy. They consistently and always are able to isolate ones and get player advantage when it's a 3v3, 2v1s inside of those team fights. A beautiful breakdown yet again of another squad to show why they're one of the top teams today. But we're going to head over to Old Town here. This is that south side of the circle, kind of right dead center of Old Town. Some of these teams going to have to rotate in here as our next zone closes. Tommy's team needs a big one. They are the furthest team out of this zone currently on the side of Old Town, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams in their way as they try to rotate in. Here's a quick look at that map view. Again, you can do it on YouTube. Look at the rotation they now have to make. The pole goes cargo. It's about exactly where I said it was going to be, right in between Popov and cargo. Majorly, though, inside of that cargo POI. Everyone on the Old Town side, Tiv, is going to have a brutal rotation.
They really are, and this squad in particular is the farthest north that you can possibly be. Ahead from them, they've already sought out the squad that's on that hill, so I'm really curious to jump into a listen with how they're going to get towards that next circle.
We're gonna need to smoke far right, bro. We're gonna need to smoke up far right.
How far right, go?
Smoke in the front. No, one's far right, one's far right. I just got
we just gotta go left now, I guess.
Yeah, we gotta take the birth and go over. Go, 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 hop in, hop in.
There's gonna be a loot at gas station. There's gonna be a loot at gas station. You can go for a load at gas station. Hop on gas, hop on gas. Get that loot gas. There's hella loot. There's also another PDS in garage. PDS in garage.
We might just have the PDSs. You have another PDS, right?
You can
I
PDS in or something.
I dropped a mask.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the PDS's corner.
Clear comms, Tiff, and you can hear Nick Cool even in death coming out some really good strategy there, making sure to loot up, getting more PDSs, anything they need to get loadouts at. Unfortunately, a bad play. They tried to push out right, thought it was free. Nick Cool made the call, they followed it, and unfortunately Nick Cool lost his life. Luckily, didn't lose the whole team, but we hopped straight into another team fight. Another one that has to go their way. Aiden's squad getting ripped apart over and over again, and they are back to the lobby again. We might not see Aiden make global finals if they keep this up. Halfway through the tournament, they are down on that leaderboard, and they fall in 29th place.
Tommy's team in 19th place, falling in the kill feed, so we'll have to check in with them and see if maybe one of them can make it on the long game. At the end of the day, we got 28 squads here in map number 3, Circle 5 closing. We are just moments away from a 1.4x multiplier, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we start going down to our top 15 or so teams after this. But for now, Waldo, still alive, trying to make that smoke play occur, only has a Guardian that I see, which is not going to be of use here. And as soon as we resurface from the water, we just get our head ripped off by the team that was inevitably gatekeeping them originally.
Tiff, quick note, by the way, we're about to move into the 7th circle. There are 52 players alive. What are we talking about? Sure, there's some cover and cargo, but everyone holding on with razor-thin margins to try to get some semblance of a multiplier, and you can see these numbers dramatically dropping. I like this play from Team 40, a team that barely made it here. 46 players up, and they are going to PDS and let these other teams wipe each other, because just in that small sentence, 10, 12, 15, nearly 15 people have dropped off this map, and more continue to follow, as now Tommy, last alive for his team, has to make some heroic plays, try to make it. They've made it top 20, but they're trying to make it at least top 10, and he has nowhere to go.
That's true. 1 HP just falls. Unfortunately, our number 1 seeded team is also out of it. For Rated Squad, Mayapo, last alive, pops in the LTV, and well, we're doing a dance here with Breadman, and well, we can also get Rated back thanks to the mobile buy station. Do we have a full regain going on here?
A massive regain. PA's behind with 5, 6, 7 teams trying to rotate in. Should provide a bit of cover. Rated team has a chance here, but they're falling on our aerial cam. It all comes up Mayapo. It looks like Prospect just fought back. Mayapo's just slaying out. Top fragger for a reason. Mayapo goes massive, hops back into the vehicle, and is still alive with like 4 HP and a dream. Bunker busters, mortar strikes, smokes. Everything is chaos, and Mayapo finally falls, and guess who's flying back in? It's Rated. This team will not die, and they've made it to top 10, and now 6 teams are left.
We're just holding on for that 1.8x top 5 multiplier. One more team has to fall to make it go through. Mutex to the mobile buy we go. Smoke comes out too late. Ripped by Sunny. Braxton's team still up. Unfortunately, Rated does go out to gas, but you do have that omit NA roster still alive as a 3 team. But you check up to the hill, and it's all sniper glints. We've got to contend with this. Someone has to get Brawlic off the Car 98 because we got 2 of the best snipers in the game right here.
Full team of 3 on WinCon. They have position. They've got a vehicle to play with. They see the rotation from in Flank's team. They perfectly read them. Go with the card, C4s. They gotta make a play now. Gabe Kuhn, rookie of the year, will he make the play? No. Huskers follows up 1-2. Now has a chance to win it all. Omit in A down below. The team that barely made it to the stage, except down below with them. And this squad, all three up on high ground, rotating down into both these teams. I can only imagine as Jackal does get eliminated, they still should win here as Youngstas is last alive.
Oh, they get the regame, bro. Are we pulling Jackal back into it? Let me just go ahead and see this because they're looking for a breakdown on Omit and A. They finally get Omit Youngstas out of here. But Banger quote there, Brolic, and I love that we're bringing it in, especially for the back half of our series. And we're looking at teams that have been able to balance not only just their placement, but their eliminations. And so far, 2 teams have eclipsed the 40 elim mark. That's going to be Team Biffle with 42 and Team Unrational with 42. And did some math coming into this, and you said that every elimination for SSD was worth around 1.8. Right now, they're sitting at 1.68 for that average.
Yeah, they've had a lot. It really was that last map that ruined that average. They had pretty solid first 2 maps, didn't end up winning those maps, but the third map, they went out very early comparatively. Now, they're probably totally fine grand finals, but they're not dominating like we thought. The team on our screen, definitely one I'm worried about. Down to about 20th place right now with only 24 points. Things are not going their way. And speaking about, we talk about pressure making diamonds, the amount of pressure that is on the back of this team right now is nearly insurmountable. They are in the 33rd with like 14 points in total, and it's because of this right here. They are being contested and they are losing almost every single time at the beginning of them. Watch out for that team. That is, by the way, number 3 and number 6 most earned Warzone players of all time. The Young Guns here to slay. And speaking of the Young Guns, on your screen right now, Squad 16 in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, and just consistently running into early game issues is going to be the squad aside them, right? Swish him on the high ground, looking for angles here on Greb. Greb rechals, hits the crack onto Swish. But when you've got only 2 players left, I'd be imagined that Sin's going to look to try and get back towards the team, reunite, all 3 back on their feet. Found that Nico not able to get alongside Swish, but Swish shouts. Swish takes out Greb, and the action just keeps coming. Okay, Swish.
Swish with the chow, and unfortunately the Fallout doesn't get there quite in time to save her life, but still an overall team victory. Shout out to that Kruger squad, a fun storyline for them. I hope they can make global finals. Kruger actually is born in Saudi Arabia, the only Middle Eastern team player that is actually in North America competing. So we'll see. Maybe he can win this gulag. A bit of revenge. Swish'em versus Kruger fell into the gulag at the same time, which means they got up together. Let's see if Swish gets him again. No, the ants are back. A little bit of revenge chore for Mr. Kruger.
You love to see it, honestly. Just her switching the weapons and looking at the right, thinking that they were going to approach from that angle.
No.
Krug just better read. But Aiden,
oh no,
DJ Moss, Z-Smith on the screen. You were talking about Team Almond having issues early on, and there goes the interrogation straight onto Skullface, giving up the location of the remaining 2 members. And now we just got to cross the road and get on over to them. Almond on the roof, already looking for angles, but the smoke for Aiden is already prepped to cross the open area.
Aiden knows who this team is. He got the knock on Skullface. He knows that they're down in numbers. This is a must-win fight. Almond has the most wanted. He does answer back and drops one. DJ now trying to clean up the mess. Does get it. DJ get the cleanup. Most wanted. They get the cash. Almond's team still in trouble. No free buybacks, but they get 1 back into the mix. Noobs down on the ground. 1 floating. Skullface trying to give comms. Noobs in trouble, though, because this is going to be a 2v3 potential if they can get this res, which they do.
Yeah, this is nice. Now they can just send every bit of resources over to Noobs, who came through. Z-Smith up the zip, and albeit we do not have one of them fooled, we preserve the life there.
This is just sad. And frankly, I didn't think Aiden's team was doing all that well. We haven't seen them a ton on broadcast. And then looked at the leaderboard, they're top 10. I mean, they're not doing incredible necessarily, but still definitely in contention to make global finals. This squad, this is frankly a must win. They need all of this cash to make sure they can get a loadout and restabilize with plates and everything they need. Armor boxes, they need all of this money. So they need to win this gulag, get their 3 kills, and then move on their merry way. And frankly, 3 kills for them, if they all win their gulag, which I think they might have, is like a third of their total points in the last 3 maps.
Well, here's one of your bubble teams running into some issues early. Brax in the gulag, Tenix on the other side. Grabbing cash, moving up, throws the smoke and reads it with the lethal. As soon as they hit the rotate, doesn't connect. But this is a very aggressive gulag, resulting in some hip fire, and now prone. There goes the zip, but okay, Brax. That was clean.
Sometimes Warzone's a little bit of a jump scare. I mean, he swings around, all of a sudden the guy's right next to him. He just doesn't even notice where he's at because Brax was prone down on the ground. Very, very clean. Great call. But we continue to swing around to some of these early gunfights because this is where teams need to start making their tournament life possible. Everyone heads to LCQ. Nobody is eliminated in this stage, but you don't want to have to go to LCQ. Only the top 4 make it out of LCQs, and then we have that wild card final map where the winner of that map makes it. So 5 in total out of all 40 teams that will be there. You want to make global finals right here, right now. Don't leave it up to razor thin margins. Adrian, Sage, Swag, solid tournament thus far. They really know they can do better, so they want to double down on that, but they are top 10 right now, so if they keep up this pace, they should be fine. And unfortunately, Clown comes in to try to play spoiler and takes one out.
Oh, and a swing around, grabs another knock. Adrian in the gulag here against Unrational on the other side. Not where you want to see Unrational, and knowing just how many frags he's been able to pick up throughout this tournament, this is going to be a heated 1v1. Adrian, though, takes off the armor, takes the win, and gets back to Urzikstan.
These are huge moments. I mean, frankly, I love watching Gulags because of the 1v1s, and Sage just does not get the right into that timing. Nate Dogg right back into the mix. Sage waiting on a buyback. Gulags are really fun because they're 1v1s, really just use whatever's on the map utility-wise to win it. But also, it totally dictates how you regain getting back into the map, how much cash you have. So you don't want to be sent there, but when you do, winning is so crucial to your team's success and the ability to find your feet on the map. Destroy is having to run away from the squad, waiting on Nate Dogg to come back in after winning that gulag we talked about. And Exact's team just can't quite send it the way they would like to clean up this team. And now they're on the hunt. Just went a hair too late. I think they were a bit worried that Destroy was able to ISO a couple of these fights when Siprep's so kind of isolated. And, well, there's the third party, and OP Mark's team finally getting into the mix. A couple of eliminations.
Yeah, this was originally a very high-stakes fight. One squad in 11th place, Destroy squad in 15th. So now that Destroy and them get Nate Dogg back, they can reposition just further on the outskirts of Lowtown. But with OP Marked entering the fray over here, I'm a little worried. Now, granted, this squad has not been performing to the nature that we witnessed in that lower round 2. Now, granted, a much higher skilled lobby, but when you can't really get things moving on the rotations, it doesn't matter, because so many players that we've talked to after their match wins, it's focus on your positioning, let those kills come to you. And if we're rotating through Lowtown, knowing there's a large majority of teams here, things are going to get mixy quick.
Yeah, for OP Mark's team, this is feeling probably like quite a bit of deja vu. This is about where they were at during the upper bracket. I believe they got 37th in the upper bracket. And they're in 35th right now. So whatever success they found in the lower bracket round 2, apparently not coming their way here in our regional finals. But last match winner is looking fairly stable and, well, staring down the barrel of one of the top teams over on the other side. You see Shifty very aggressively split from his duo, likely looting up and making sure they clear out the POI. But probably with a couple pot shots. I think both teams know where each other are. And a quick look at the zone here. This makes a lot of sense. Look at where they're at. They're in Popov, but the zone is that northeastern side military base in zone we've seen now a couple times.
Hear me out, guys. Y'all should have VOD reviewed everything that we witnessed throughout the week, because we have so many similarities for our end games. And knowing that SSD does lend power, they've made their way up onto the industrial side of things, but they still have that northern bridge and a zip to be able to cross the water with ease. However, there are already teams that have moved into the northern side of military base. So if I'm, you know, Huskers and co., I don't really want to rotate through SSD. I'm going to hang it back and try to go south, but there's already teams there.
Yeah, Shifty is just sprinting at this team. I think that is a perfect call, Tip. This team does not need to worry about SSD. They don't need to fight them. They're just trying to get top 12. It's what we said at the very top of the show. Just top 12 is all you need. It looks like this squad has actually grabbed the train, and they're just sending it around the map on the train potentially, or at the very least use the buy on the train, and then maybe you're hoofing it on foot. But coming in late, SSD gets the comms from Ahsoka. There's another team here, needs some help. Biffle trying to play spoiler is able to grab a couple. SSD on the hunt, finding kill after kill, breaking J-Tech's team apart one by one.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for J-Tech, B-Mark, and Slide. but it gives Huskers a chance to rotate around SSD. They're not going to be able to get south, so they just go north after that fight. But the thing is, Shifty is so hyper aggressive. We already talked about this squad and the ability to grab those eliminations north of 40, one of only 2 squads to do so just yet. And Shifty's got one with 1,000 damage. You're not going to be happy with that elimed damage average. So we are on pursuit. The chase is real.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's exactly what Huskers should have done, and Ahsoka read them perfectly. Had info, likely some UAVs or otherwise, spotted them out. They are not letting any free rotations come through, because for a team like the Falcons, the SSD in front of you, they're not chalking their game taking this fight. They've done this 1,000 times. They're the best team on the map. They've got confidence. They're going to go for it. And then when they see that it's not a fight that they think they can take, they back off. And what's fun about this is Shifty is hunting them like a predator on prey. Look at this. Every single time they have a trap set up and Huskers is able to evade it, Shifty just tucks in behind them and hunts them down. He knows they're trying to rotate to zone, and well, looks like somebody's shooting back, or maybe a mortar to the face will make him think twice about it. Shifty throws the plates in and continues his hunt.
Not sure what they're locked in for weapons here, but in the last map they won, Huskers and Brolic were both running the Kar 98.
Oh gosh.
And a weapon, but Shifty just keeps getting closer, keeps taking space. And the fact that we're living under the bridge, cutting off those eye lines, and still calls in a streak to maneuver under that guise of cover. We're just waiting for Biffle and Soka on the opposing side. Now, of course they're going to judge this, but it's going to put them right where Shifty wants them.
If it wasn't SSD, I would say this is such an ego play that I don't like it at all. Huskers team has the much better position. They've got high ground. They got here first. They didn't lose a player to it. Brolic's on top of the bridge, and now our Falcons are trapped under the bridge. They can't fly. They can't go anywhere. Look who coming in for a third party potentially. That's Sage and Adrian, another top team. These are the battle of the top teams. They are trying to chalk each other's games, and now Brolic up above gets absolutely ripped. Falcons will not fall. Shifty on 1 HP in a dream, but they can't jump over the wall. They can't drop down to fight this. The Falcons hang on by a breath. This is a ridiculous gunfight here in the 4th circle.
There's a one thing that we love to say when it comes to teams like the Falcons, formerly known as SSD, is that they just get granted plot armor. And for them to not lose Shifty at that point is crazy to me. In no way, shape, or form should he have not at least gotten knocked. But Huskers, Jackal, Brolic, time is of the essence. That circle 4 is going to close in less than 8 seconds. So they're going for that rotation, considering it pulls all the way towards the eastern side of military base. And top teams have already made it over there. So we're not going to have the easiest of rotations, but something that they're doing is they're looking for the buy station and the redeploy to really bolster that rotate. And that's crazy that they get it for free.
Oh man, we could have stayed on that perspective the entire map, but we're missing a lot of Warzone. So we're gonna go check out some other matchups and a team desperately needing something from this map in dire straits. Lovey has made it out, so at least they'll have one alive. But Clutchbuck's team, a team they said there's no way they should have been in the lower bracket, and a lot of people agreed. This is a strong squad, but they struggled. And then finally in the lower bracket round 2, they had a decent round, but it wasn't anything to write home about. And now back into this regional finals, they're getting dumpstered. I mean, we are way down the leaderboard right now. We've got to make a move. And now that they've got all 3 up on the out of bounds line, this is a great rotation from Clutchbuck to stay alive. The question is, where do you go from here? There's not a ton of cover, and there's 2 teams staring at you. And as you lose one, now you're in deep trouble.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to pull that out of bounds play to try and stay out of the cover from Levi, Limax, and Zeppa. But for now, down to a duo. This squad came into this map in 17th place. So you're right. We've still got to move the margins by 5 total placements on the back half of this series. But we see a mobile buy station, which could be the answer to our problems. We just got to take down Rias first.
Yeah, I would love a knock here. Belk is traditionally a very strong sniper. The shot's just not hitting currently. Warning shots and has plenty of ammo. Just keep throwing them down once they hit. be a massive boon, and thinks better of that advance all by himself. Gonna PDS out in the storm as Lovey gets an aerial view overhead, something teams oftentimes do. This is really an important map for this team, and a track just got caught unaware with PDS right behind you. You gotta know this is here, and I think they just got distracted by this other team. Riaz, though, enacts his revenge. Clutchblock falls. We'll have one floater. We'll see if they're able to stabilize later. All of a sudden, moving into the 5th circle here, things about to get real hairy for a team in 20th going into this map. Team Tommy gotta make a move. Seems like they have a sizable amount of kills, and all 3 up. This could be their map to get right back into contention for global finals.
Everything's happening on the southwestern side, but you can see just above that north side of the map is controlled by SSD. Zeppa's team is the only one further outside. The fact that they got that rotation off and are going to be able to clear out the north side is wild, because everyone is here between the southwest, and Tommy needs all these eliminations. But Husker's team, who was previously rotating alongside SSD, has found themselves in this cluster.
And this is the death rotate. I mean, speaking of where the zone is, there's only a couple teams there, like you were breaking down. This squad has a ton of teams to work through. It is going to be a very tall task to get to this next zone fully alive. If they can do it, if they can all 3 stay up, I think there's a chance they can win this map. I think there's a chance they can get themselves very close to qualifying for regional, rather global finals. They're here in regionals, and they are in trouble. A team behind them, Riaz in trouble. Raul there. Destroy right behind. This is like back and forth we've seen now a couple times over the last couple maps of Destroy versus Tommy, 2 stalwarts in the scene, battling each other for position, jockeying on the leaderboard. Both need it bad. Tommy's got maybe a hair better of a position, but just a hair, because there's a couple teams lurking off in the distance.
Yeah, but Destroy Squad's only in 14th place, so we're not where we want to be. So 2 teams on the outside looking in, quite literally outside of circle, outside of the top 12. And honestly, if they're all going to line up like that, maybe Obs is just going to hit a collat. That would have been wild, but not going to happen. There goes the recon, though.
I like that. Oh, did he lose
the
it?
bait gets denied. Yeah, immediately. Rudy on the opposing squad. The PDS has to come out, but we don't have much cover to work with.
I was gonna say, I love the idea there. You can leave it up and check back in with it if they don't shoot it down immediately, but just obliterated instantly as the zone comes in. Wasn't thinking straight. Maybe didn't get inside the PDS. I'm not sure, because the PDS thrown after, but recon drone gone and having to rotate. Here comes the death rotation. They have this interesting tiny little lip they're playing with. I don't know if they know Raided's up here. It doesn't look like it. Finally showing their shoulder to Mayapo and Raided. A very weird sight to see Mayapo on 0 eliminations, but Prospect now making it 2. Tommy, they needed all 3 alive to have any chance going into this final circle, and they might lose their entire team to Team Raided, who's been lurking on high ground, lurking in the shadows, eliminating teams as they rotate in. This is why we say rotate early. Team Tommy just couldn't get there in time, and now the onus of responsibility to have a lifeline in this tournament is entirely on the back of Obs. He's got to make a heroic play to get to zone and then just hold out for placement. They've got a sizable amount of kills. They've got probably close to double-digit kills. They got about that 9-10 that Dandro's been talking about, but you got to get to top 10 to make it pay. And you can see Lovey trying to do a lot of the same. That's a player on Clutchbelk's team from before. We were talking about everybody just holding on for dear life, and as a full team of 3 swings around, that is Sage making quick work of Team Tommy. They are out of here.
We were talking about the hunters, but the real hunters of that lobby were going to be Sage, Adrian, Swag. The way they just ripped apart Team Raided, ripped apart the opposing squad, and now Jackal will fall. Huskers will be no more thanks to Foreign Jace, Jowo, and Breadman, who have regained that position. Shero, Devo, Vonbach making a PDS play, chaining them together, trying to not get to zone quite yet because of the utter chaos that is occurring on the outside.
This is a massive game for Team Jowo. It has not gone their way in the first 3 maps. They were around 18th or so. They need a big one here, and they are here. But there's another Joe looking around the corner. It's Big Joe Gang going massive, wiping Vonbot. Shira, last alive for that team. Joe Gang says, I'm not going down without a fight. I need this. I want this, and I will show Ebates that he's always been wrong about us. Dominating right now here on the outer edge of zone. If they can clean up Shero and they can clean up, it looks like Blast by himself above, they actually should have a fairly free rotate if they go to the north-hand side. They're going to have to contest SSD, though, going into this next zone. It's going to be a tall task, but we're into the final 5. They got there. They got their multiplier. Aiden, all 3 alive, looking for an opportunity to make top 5 and have done it with their multipliers, and now they're just going to lurk in the shadows and likely PDS here and wait to see if they can make a third-party play to win it all.
When you think of the teams that are left in the lobby, now that we're in top 5, that can contend with SSD, this would be one of them. But Shifty has already ripped through Z-Smith. So then we look towards our left. We have Team Jowo sitting in 18th place. Needs a banger game, but for now, Aiden goes for another PDS. Looks for any kind of loot that we can find, but look who gets ripped on the rotate. Can we stick the res? 10 seconds to go. And it doesn't even matter. We've seen crazy gas plays coming out of SSD, and this would be none other. Looking for their first map win. They hailed from the north, clearing it out from Team Zeppa, and just kept on waltzing in. There goes Blast, the knock comes through, and now we can start focusing the other squads. But look at that massive rotate from Squad 39. Joe Gang.
Joe Gang's team wiped Jowo's squad, and they won the full team of 3 with all 3 up, but
place owned by NA throughout the duration of our tournament, it seems like, constantly locking it in with 46.2 points, an 11.6 point average throughout our prior drops. And honestly, this is perfect. We get a look at the map. I was wondering when we were going to potentially going back to city. We have not seen that yet today. We've gotten that south of farm zone. We've seen military base. We've kind of seen even the cargo, but bring it to the southwest. It's time.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this because we can only, or at least can presume, that it'll be city again, right, Tiff? And we've seen a lot of city zones. They are a ton of fun to watch, and they also dramatically change up who has the advantage in some of these fights. And frankly, a lot of teams like to land in city and are having to rotate to these crazy zones all the way across the entirety of the map or all the way over farm. And I think some of our city teams have a chance to go big here. I'm specifically looking at Clutch Belk's team, a team that loves to land city on that main construction building. If they can win some of their early gunfights, that team could go big. And they're sitting in 14th place right now. They're just outside of it as well. So watch out for some of those city-based teams to already have some of those in zones held at the very beginning. And as long as they can find some early kills, this could be huge. Now, something different we're seeing from this squad here over around Opal Palace and the neighboring areas. Team Skullface, for the first time maybe this tournament, completely unharried, uncontested in any shape or form. They're going to start rotating in clear. They have a moment to catch their breath.
For now, as soon as you grab that early loadout, you get the weapons that you feel comfortable with, it's like you go straight on the hunt. And they've already moved into where Team Destroy has positioned themselves down in low town. We're going to turn our attention towards that southern side of Urzikstan, bring it back to Community Center, Stemper, Crafty, Zen Purity on your screen, Funzy on the roof. And just like that, we'll have to wait and see what's going on with them, because I wanted to see what was going to happen here. See this Destroy first down and out, and now brings it to a 3v2.
Yeah, and I think with a little bit of information, Funzy able to grab motion out of here. Mark them, grab intel, grab their cash, prevent cash. E700, this team needed it as well. Look, frankly, nobody's out of it. Anything can happen to the final two maps of Warzone, but this E700 team, 31st place going into this map, it loses the ones. This is what happens when you don't play as a team. Just gave your life away for nothing? Dang it. Oh, that's so brutal as this squad. Now, luckily, they still win the gunfight, but I'm frustrated for them. That team had such an incredible performance in past variations of this event, and they're so hot and cold. They've got to get a handle on how to play, and unfortunately, they're running out of time. 31st place. We'll see what they can do. 30th place on your screen, fighting against 10th place with Team Destroy. Both teams need it. One quite a bit more than the other. Not taking the fight yet, just getting their resources up, getting their loadouts, and getting ready for what's next.
Yeah, they're like around 20 points outside of that 12th place threshold. And to keep that moving forward and to get there, they're going to need to beat that average per game and then the difference. So we're looking for a 30-point game out of them if they want to change the course of action here in drop number 5.
That's a great way to look at it. I mean, their average now has to be so dramatically skewed to these last 2 games. They need 2 bangers, frankly. And 30-point games are not that difficult if you've watched a lot of scrims. But here in this matchup, incredibly hard. So we're going to tune into their comms and see what their vibes are like as they go into this rotation.
I don't want to overextend too much. It's fucking
the other team backing up. The other team still just split on the hill. I'm gonna play up close to them. They PA'd themselves. I'm good.
Okay. We have nobody back up.
Main. They're second.
They're just standing on boxes.
Yeah, they're... I'm playing close to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna play up with you.
I got spotted by recon.
That's their recon. Mortared.
Yeah, they just mortared themselves. Okay, no.
I don't have a smoke. Fuck. I'm backing up.
I can smoke you. Here.
Smoked.
Nice.
I threw it on
I was flying in. One flew bottom left.
Getting
Jack.
tagged.
Hey, one armor up top.
Yo, one kid's right here. On live. Weak. No plates knocked.
Nice.
Trying to get that full.
I couldn't get the full.
Yeah, I can't get it either.
Yeah, they're gonna get him up. We can play D in them while they're doing that.
Yeah, one's right here.
That's the other kid. Okay, all 3 are over there now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, hit that one armor.
I opened the store on D and them. They're gonna have C4s down.
I hit him.
Yeah, they C4'd.
I'm getting shot from above.
No, he slid out on me.
Hit one armor.
He slid out.
Got him. Fuck, I got
Oh
killed.
my god.
Dude, my C4 went fucking nowhere.
I don't know how
Bro.
Raul just slid out on me like that.
I see.
Well, my C4 went nowhere. But Almond in the gulag, Obs on the other side, which means Team Tommy's having a rough go at it as well. That connects, the smoke goes out, we completely misread the situation. These are must-win gulags for Skullface and Noobs.
Oh my goodness, what is happening right now? Skullface, a must-win, looking for Strixie. Slides in, barrel stop, can't get his gun up. He goes into attack sprint. He goes down. Only Noobs gets out of the gulag. An utter breakdown. Such an interesting listening to their comms. Everything was going near perfectly. And then it was like the small talk just vacated right when the fighting stopped. They couldn't get intel on it. C4s weren't hitting where they wanted them to. Oh my goodness, they're still alive. They got 2 up, but this is what I assume has been happening for the last 4 maps. They just can't win their team fights. Like, it was a 3v2, but they were just getting cross-shot by an opposing team up on the hill, and it was enough coverage and enough of a harrying point where they couldn't push in the way they wanted to. And frankly, it actually came down to that well-placed stunned from Raul that stopped Almond from being able to push in and get around the corner to stay alive. That was a ridiculous sequence of events. This team is in a blender and in 30th place with little to show for it. Not much going better in this map.
Well, so one of our teams that are on the cusp of qualifying for LAN today is going to be Omit NA on the opposing side of Community Center. Here's Scroat, so Eye Patch. They're going to have to contend with some heavy hitters who have just not been able to break free of the 12th place slot. I need some big damage, big elims out of them here for now. 37 teams still up, so it's very fresh. Now, granted, this will stay this way for about Circle 4 and let the C4s enter. I don't know what Skull was talking about. Those C4s do go somewhere. They still float across.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Here we go. Fight ensuing. Quick early notch Juju. Last year, I asked him what his secret was to success. He said confidence is key. We push every fight with 100% confidence we can win, and it helps out a ton. And this time, playing with the youngsters and Brax, certainly have a lot of confidence going into this stage. So far, probably not going the way they want it to. This map, though, looking like could go their way. They are right in that kind of flex position, 12th place, and like Dan said, they've been sitting there for basically this entire tournament, right on the edge of relegation to LCQs or making global finals. It's going to come down to this map, this fight, the next fight. Isolate every moment ahead of you into just what's right ahead of you. You've got to just win the next thing. Can't think about the macro too much, not in moments like this where your backs are against the wall and Mutex's team's got height advantage.
They rolled in as a third party after hearing those fights. And now Youngsta's just below them. They're all separated out, and I'm curious to see how they're going to approach that. Elsewhere, we get a good look at the map, still pulling towards the south. And to be fair, SSD has found themselves south of suburbs. Just last circle, they were north of Old Town.
Yeah.
I was worried when we saw Almond Squad look for that regain. They immediately flew into their old drop spot near Opal Palace, hit the reset. Now, the one thing that they're missing is time. Time that all these teams have already spent rotating towards the south. They have to get their players back up. They have to get their weapons. Now that rotation is so delayed. But however SSD changed those together, they are going to have to do the same.
You're into the gulag, swag in trouble. Cassette gets the early crack on the plates. Early shots. First blood usually gives you the win, and a nice rip off the heady Sitrep. A straight shooter looking to get back to land this time around. Taking out swag in the gulag will help. And again, if you took a quick look at that map view, I think it was a great call out. You talked about the ridiculous rotation that's already happened from SSD. I also spotted Destroy's team. Team 4 is that blue team. They were able to make it deeper inside of City. They're inside of that next zone. Again, if you want to take a quick look at that map view, youtube.com/Call of Duty, showing you the map at all times. In between maps, it'll show you that leaderboard. Head over there to get more intel about what we're talking about here on main stage, whether you're on Twitch or otherwise. We're having a great day in the office. Some of these teams on the risk of going to LCQs, some of these teams booking their tickets to our global finals. So much at stake. Intech's going to try to push it their way as Swisham's team fully eliminated. Hopefully they've got a couple gulags to work with. Things have not been going their way, Tef.
They're still going to return their sights back on Omid and A, right? They've just been sharing this area for so long, but haven't quite collided together yet. They're the two only squads in this neighboring area. Of course, Team Blast is out towards the western side. Then you have Team Rated out towards their east. Now, Rated's team is going to be rotating in from Manor, where a lot of squads are starting to wrap around, such as Team Big Man. So these two can technically go at it without any third-party resistance for the time being.
Yeah, it's a great call. It is like a true 3v3 for a while here. And Intex, I gotta give it a shout. I kind of laughed at the end of that fight because Intex just wiped his girlfriend off the map, okay? Intex and Swish are an IRL duo, and it's gotta be just a little bit of pain when that happens since they're not playing together for the World Series. But looks like somebody, it's Sage, trying to play a bit of spoiler on this true 3v3 that was gonna last a couple minutes. And in the panic, Brax opens up his shoulder through the door and gives his life away to Mutex. What just happened? Sage causing a bit of chaos on top, but Believe able to strike him down, send him out of here. I don't know if that's a full wipe on Team Sage, but it certainly puts them in a hot spot with Adrian, I believe, last alive for that team. Intex squad, all three up, and now with advantage over this Omid 8A team that is sitting in 12th.
You know, something had to have happened for this squad to want to full send south, right? There's buy stations down here that would be nice for regains, but to full send this, it's kind of crazy considering they were already contending with a lot of teams up in the north, but Skullface on your screen, Almond as well. I talked about their delayed rotation and now have found themselves working their way south from the eastern side by Manor. And when you've got squad number 38, which is going to be Team Kronos on the opposing side, you cannot get gate kept here. And Skull goes down. Not going to be able to get that self-res off, and we are totally wiped here.
That's lobby wiped. Team Almond sent to the lobby to await their final map, a final opportunity to try to make it in, but dropping in 29th with only a couple kills. It might be not even mathematically possible unless they win the next map with like 30 kills. That team has the power and the strength to do it, but holy cow, we're talking about some of the best Warzone players of all time. They just can't piece it together today. But back into the action at hand, team also looking for a lot of points. This Mutex squad just holding down the university, not letting anybody get close. And I think Intex still looking for a bit of loot.
Imagine being the former solo YOLO champion on LAN and potentially not getting a chance to run it for the back-to-back.
I know. I mean, look, he's third most earned, too, in Urza's stand. Skullface, a top earner on this map. Whew, all right.
Well, Joe Gang on your screen, we've seen him in the end game, more particularly down in map number 4, has found themselves in that 12th place position. You also have Zeppa's team across the way. They won map number 2 with 34 points. It's holding on for them for the leaderboard for now. But you have a lot of heavy hitting teams that hailed from the upper bracket just south of you, right? You see Team Rated, Team SSD, aka Falcons flying amongst this somehow, have cleared out the south side. Now, when we had Shifty on the interview, something that he was saying, he's like, you know, Soka is a closer. And there's a reason why they have positioned themselves clean on that southern side, similar to what they did in map number 4 when they took the north.
Yeah, no, it's so true. And I'm watching out for that Joe Gang squad. I mean, again, a true underhorse, a team that a lot of people didn't know, an opportunity to make global finals here without having to go to the LCQs. A couple more teams like it, though. Team Accept barely scraped their way into this regional finals, almost got relegated to LCQs in lower bracket round 2. And they're here fighting for their lives, but this fight not going their way. Up above, it's Scummin raining terror through the walls, underneath, down below. Scummin is everywhere, and you can't find him. He's a ghost. And, well, they're doing a lot of what they've been doing this entire tournament. Tiff, Scummin's team has been flying at anybody they can get their hands on. They do not care about placement, and it's paying off. They're top 5.
Maybe that's just their normal style that they feel comfortable with. If you shift your complete playstyle going into this, it can actually hurt you. But for Intex, Believe, Mutex, after clearing out University, they moved in on Team Rated here on the lower side of the building. Mayapo. Okay.
Yeah.
Rated still up, We do have the Gulag in play just for now. It closes right there. So we could see a free send, but for Super Evan, Otter Eyes, Empathy, they get whiff of the engagement that's occurred here, and now look for the move.
Last Gulag, I believe, is the final two here. Believe Mutex just barely eking in. A great shout, and Believe gonna try to make this look nice and easy, and does so. Let's see if Mutex can answer back, do the same. Looks like that will be the case. I believe both may be getting out of there. Onto the map, but Super Evan, Otter Eyes, Empathy, your map 1 winners went a little bit quiet, still in 3rd place overall, to showcase that they're one of the best teams here, and so far they've proven that as Rated and Mayapo are put on their heels and trying to figure out what to do with the 2v3.
They're going to look for a mobile buy, but they've got to break down Team Super Evan first. Just completely goes by both of them. Rated last alive, wants to save this, and just jumps out of the building. I'm sorry, but if I'm Team Super Ev, I am still chasing this, but can we get to the mobile buy? To at least get one back? We do. We clutch up in that moment. Empathy doesn't have time to peek. Here comes the peek. You give your life up. He walks so you could run, Mayapo. You have money to do a double buyback if you can get there.
That is crazy. They didn't check Rated over the side. They didn't know where he went. Shook them in their boots as they were regaining inside the building. Rated squad still alive, barely. We see Husker's team getting wiped off screen by SSD, but here we go to the team right on the cusp. 12th place, looking to maybe take down a team from distance, holding this out edge of University. I like this spot a lot. I think there's 1 to 2 teams that might try to rotate this direction, but otherwise they're fairly clear. The problem is if it continues to creep to like this southeastern side and pushes them out of circle, which I assume it will, they're gonna have to run straight into a full team of Super Evan. And so I'll be very curious to see what this rotation looks like if they can survive this fight. Thermites galore, C4s, everything in between, Tim. They're a little bit of trouble and they have to smoke and get out.
They really are, but they can't fall here into 20th place. 1.4x multiplier, and we are just smoking under the guise of any kind of cover. There goes the C4 straight to Twitty, straight to the wall, but can't connect. And so far, it's just a big game of ring around Rosie with people losing out on some armor. No real knocks have come through. Brax, though, looking a little lost in the sauce, but containing himself there. Youngsters on the outside now. Has been competing since Verdansk, a very seasoned Warzone competitive player, locking it in here and would love to go to the global land stage. We do have to move in just 10 seconds.
That right there shows you how good Team Omit in A was. They got pushed. They baited the other team to think they were going to run out. They smoked down and readdress the fight from another angle, winning it with all 3 up. Huge plays, but not done yet on the other side of the zone. Mutex believe they were gonna have a very strong game. They did make top 16, but nothing more than that as Vexo A. This is Joe Gang, folks. 9th place going into this lobby. They are here to play, here to make a statement, and it might have to do with something about Ebates' name, talking crap about this team. Joe Gang is here to say a few choice words, likely, if they make global finals. Here we go. Get Joe back. Right back into the mix, all 3 up. Time to make a play. The problem is SSD lurking around the corner. They want your building, and when SSD wants something, they're going to try to take it. And it looks like maybe a 3rd and 4th party could make this a bit more difficult.
Yeah, with the way the zone is just pulling, centers up in the field. Jackal trying to stay alive, last alive for Team Huskers. This squad is in 11th place overall, going massive. And there is still a mobile buy in play, but we cannot get there for Joe Gang. Also on the fringe of trying to clutch up to go to global land. We see the mobile buy coming in, but we do have to move. You see SSD making a gas play on the outside rotate. You also have squad number 6, which is going to be Unrational and Co. in the middle with Super Ev. This is chaos.
Jackal almost 1v3'd in the cast, but stopped to shoot a body first. I don't know what's going on, but egos are at play. Vexo, they get center position, and it's center, but out of bounds line is there. B-Mark tries to make a massive play. J-Tech, they've won before. Can they win again? It's been a while. You've been quiet, J-Tech, but you got to make a move, and Joe Gang's playing spoiler. 2 go down, it's B-Mark now, getting sniped from Otter Eyes Empathy, and they're scum and cleaning up Young. All of a sudden, the long-range fights just clean up that total team fight. They had an opportunity, but they made top 10. Joe Gang still poised to make global finals going into the final map, and Scummin on 11 with 16 downs. This team flew at every squad at their disposal, and this time they make it to end game. This time they're gonna get a crazy multiplier on top of a crazy amount of kills. I think they've got somewhere around 20 kills.
This is going to be a big game to really confirm that land position for themselves. We got to get out of gas, a good smoke to cover them. You also have Zeppa still up in it. They've won a map here already, and we know how crazy they can be inside open endings. We take down Zeppa. There goes the full, thanks to Unrational and Limax to follow suit. But Empathy, Super Ev, and Otter Eyes are making a play from gas. There goes the PDSs. Does anyone have anything else?
This is insane. They are so deep in the zone. Donkey now last alive for his team, getting shot from multiple angles. There's no chance he wins this. Tat coming in. This is a must-win game for Tat. They were down in the 30s. I mean, they're way down the leaderboard, contesting some of the top dogs. A nice rotation of PDS. He gets the full team wipe. Donkey could do it all.
That global LAN in London last year was amazing and quite possibly the pinnacle. And then you come into 2024 and everyone has taken it up a notch. These players are looking to put themselves back in their booths on that global stage and prove that they are the best. But to get there, you have to get through this final lobby.
Quick circle look. Tip was right. Dead center for the most part. Might air towards the western side. Maybe Seaport this time around. I don't know. But Sage, Adrian, FaZe, Doozy, they still need to make sure that they make it to global finals. They still need a sizable map. And I know they can do it. They've got the skill. They've got the experience. They've been scrimming a ton. And frankly, I don't think we've given enough love to this team. I know Danger shouted them out. I've got a ton of eyes here on Sage. Such a strong player and a crazy storyline after winning World Series of Warzone. Decides to, well, frankly, gets dropped. They won, and he didn't decide anything. His team said, we want to play with the best squad possible, and they believed Hisoka was better. So Sage, a bit of a revenge tour for him. We're going to head over to another team Rated, looking to grab some early loot. Fairly easy start for Team Rated, and actually it looks like Rated's by himself right now, so maybe they split up because man are completely unoccupied.
And this is not a safe position for them to be in. Locked in 8th place with 60 points, just 6 points separating them from 12th place. And we can check in here with that Omit NA squad, Braxton, Youngsters, Juju. Now, Goj, you did mention that SSD would likely leave Pop-Off Power. That means Braxton, Youngsters, and Juju aren't going to run into that squad early on and should have a relatively ease on that early game. But if that's the question, where'd they go?
Yeah, it's a great question. And if you want to know where SSD dropped, head over to youtube.com/Call of Duty. You can take a look at that map as we continue to swing perspectives. We'll show it here on main stage, but it's always on over there on YouTube. You can see where all the teams have dropped and where the hot spots are. But you're right, SSD nowhere to be found in Pop-Off Power, which means it's free for the taking. And several teams deciding to go that direction here at the very beginning of the game. And we're on board with a team right on the line to right on that threshold, trying to make a play for global finals, and Levin Resort is looking real quiet right now.
It's true, and my leaderboard updates live, and they came into this map in 12th place. Now, that was by mere decimal, and Destroy is kind of flirting the line with that, and it's unseated them for 12th place by 0.6. Another team that needs to get into the top 12 is going to be on your screen. Exact, Sneely, Sitrep in the gulag. 2 left standing here for now. How are we going to answer back against Picnic, Scripta, and Oakboy?
And this team has had a lot of ups and downs as well. Team Sitrep, by the way, 14th place going into this lobby. They need a big one, but not as big as a lot of these squads. Team Tommy on the other side, already some early frustrations. It looks like Tommy's teammates, though, they're in the kill feed, answering back on Sway, getting the cleanup, Teeny and Obs, but Tommy looking to win his ones. Tommy wins his ones. Still on the board, still able to play, still in the mix.
For now. For now, I see Biffle's name in the kill feed. This time, the attention is turned straight on to Intex's squad. They've got Chaos in the north, a team that will need to find themselves inside the top 12. But for now, Destroy, they're on the bubble also. They had just pulled out one team, but from the south side of Estates, can we keep that going? I see OP marked hitting the redeploy in the distance, maybe likely wanting to get ahead of this and third party it.
Yeah, probably. Again, Destroy's team was really close going into last map, and they're still really close. They didn't get the game they wanted last map. They lasted fairly long, but just a ton of points. They're around that 12th place right now, actually right on it, and looking to they gotta have a good game right now. Brax's team, Omit NA, has kind of been waffling back and forth between 6th and 12th all day today. And right now, they're on the upper end of that, on 6th. They're definitely not in the clear. They need to win this fight. They can't get wiped here. They can't risk a 0 or a 1-point game because they're not past the 66-point threshold yet. Not fully. Now, they're real close. They're probably safe, but they just need an okay game here, and they should make it to LAN.
Yeah, this is tough. They had Team Oreo season just ahead of them looking to fight, but that team's outside in like 28th place for now. But to the gulag we go for Brax against Scripta. Has to clutch this up. It would make things a lot easier. But can't seem to locate, takes damage, and just gets caught out. Scripta. absolutely works Brax in the gulag.
Yeah, smokes make it very difficult. Just couldn't quite get a beat on his opponent, and frustratingly, it looks like Red got just a hair of a read. Was able to take him down pretty quickly. So 2 up for this squad. Again, frankly, they need like a couple kills and they should be fine. But sometimes that is a tall order in a lobby of this strength. Back to Swag we go. Sage, Adrian, they've got high ground. They land near the Seatown Hotel. Been hanging out here for a little while, trying to fight Picnic squad down below. And as the mortars come in to try to give Picnic maybe some cover to get out, or the rest of his team to maybe rotate up, it looks like Oaky Boy's so far away that I don't really know what type of fight they're trying to take. This is going to be a quagmire at best, and at worst, you're just going to lose your life in the process. At Picnic, there he goes. Finally gets out of the building and tries to swim around.
Ooh, for Prospect in the gulag here. Shaded Step going down. That's going to feel good. Rated. Mayapo still need to see what's going on with them. But a must-win situation keeps the dream alive. Prospect does have the cash to hit a double buyback. But where are we looking for our regain? Do we return to that ever-coveted home of Manor? There's going to be buys over here, and you should know this place, obviously, like the back of your hand. So very comfortable, and most of the people have already rotated out of here.
Yeah, you have info on it already, so it's a smart play to go get the buyback there. But that, frankly, was a must-win, like you said. Like, if you lose there, you're headed to the lobby. They only had about 60 points or so. Maybe just a hair under that, actually. So, again, not saying 66 is going to be the perfect threshold, but that's essentially our benchmark right now based on the average of our 12th place team. So, but a team that had a free and clear rotation coming out of 11 Resort, something went wrong, at least for Jackal, into the gulag. More 1v1s to be seen here in the Googe, and watch Waldo can't get a break as Jackal maintains pressure, cleans up the elimination, flies back to his team, Brolic and Huskers. It looks like they've made it all the way to condos, actually. So they wrapped all the way through Seaport District, now on the south side of it near that bridge. As our zone continues to close, it looks like it's going to be very central. Could even be an Old Town end.
This is going to get shaky because a lot of water crossings in late game will be inevitably the cause of a lot of teams' demise here. But you've got noobs across the way looking to make a play here onto Sage, Adrian, Swag, and Almonds underneath them. Now, I'm really weary of the split that we're looking to enact. Think TBE of old. This is a play that they would usually look to make, right? An anchor with 2 making the play. But right now, it's just Almond underneath them.
Yeah, it's almost reverse play. I think maybe Almond's trying to just bait them out. I don't know what's going on, but Noobs gets ripped. Almond in trouble. I didn't like the fight to begin with, but I guess they needed to be aggressive. Like, I almost, and I guess maybe in the C4 meta, you can't just all 3 push inside of a building because one C4 could, frankly, just take all of you out. So maybe they're just trying.
Buskers.
Yeah, exactly. Trying a split push there, but it's just, they feel timid. This is not like them. And again, this team really not even in, nice win, but not even in a position to get to global finals unless they drop a 25 kill game and a win for a 50-point some odd game. That would ensure them a spot. And if there's a team to do it, it's definitely that one, but tall order.
They do have the skills here, and we get a little pip here on the lower right-hand side of some plays that Jackal from Huskers' squad made. Now, granted, that squad is flirting the line of the 12th place threshold and needs everything that they can do to take that win. Youngsters with the peek up, spots a tract on the roof, dives back down, but our resources are quite limited here. Youngsters only 3 plates, and Brax needs anything. But with the map update coming through, you can see how central we're pulling. A lot of teams are going to collapse in Lowtown for sure, as well as the north of Zarafan suburb.
Yeah, quick look at a couple team names. You see Team 1, that's SSD. They did rotate back to pop off, so normal rotation for them. Team Destroy is who I'm looking at. Team 4, right dead center, mostly on your map. Fighting, it looks like Team 7 is where we'll probably go next. Team Destroy right around that 12th place. So everybody needs it, but that team needs it bad. Gotta make sure you make it. And they're already central zone. If they can hold down their POI, grab their wins, clear everyone around them, they should be able to hang out there for a while with a couple kills so they can secure that multiplier. But Juju, confidence key. He said it once, he'll say it again. Anytime I interview him, that's all he says. Confidence in every fight. I know I'm one of the best. And Tiff, gotta make a huge play here.
It really does make a difference, but you also have Z-Color's squad here, and well, they're outside in 20th place. So to fall is going to be detrimental to their LAN journey. Now, granted, you're not done. You don't lose your chance if you don't lock in the top 12 here today. You just have to drop into that gauntlet of a last chance qualifier where you have to find yourself in the top 4. And then we also have that wild card map, which we've seen crazy things. I'm talking GUI with the precision airstrike that just takes out the majority of the lobby. Don't find yourself there.
Yeah, no, that is so true. A wild final map of LCQs. I will give a quick update from our amazing production team. Team Rated, fully eliminated, sent back to the lobby with not another chance. Now they are going to be basically right on the line. Remember, they're at about 60 points going into this. If our threshold is 66, if they maybe had a couple kills, we're not even into a real multiplier yet. We have a 1.2. They're right on the line. There's a chance we won't see Rated immediately, at the very least, in the grand finals on LAN. He's gonna have to make it through the LCQs, but you never know, Tiff. I mean, there's a lot of math that needs to be mathed, a lot of addition, a lot of multiplication, and there's a chance that threshold could be a bit lower, could be more similar to maybe what we saw in the upper bracket, which was a massive drop-off from 12th to 11th, and it was really 60.
Okay, Freddy. Good dubs there. Let's see if Joe Gang can sit here and win this. You're going to need to against Juju, but that's going to be a tough one. You've already put enough damage down. You take down Juju. Now, that squad does need a regain in terms of staying alive, but it was 5.2 points, Goj. That is how far Team Rated is, sitting above 12th place.
Yeah, it is so close. And at some level, the admins just have this monumental effort of triple checking every number, every multiplication down to the finite 0.01 to make sure we know who takes it, because it will be that close. We said at the top of the show, Tiff, we set it up. We said there's going to be maybe some stretch at the top of this leaderboard, but the margins between 12th and 13th, 11th and 12th are going to be less than a point. And so far, those things that we're talking about, it sounds like, are going to be the case. But back to some of our fringe teams, back to our bubble squads. Jackal on 4, so this bodes well for this trio to have this amount of kills already. I think somewhere around 5 to 6 in total as a trio. Still here going into the 4th circle. They're on edge of zone, not in a horrible position. The problem is they got to go through the Wolf of War zone to even make it into zone.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be. Now, mind you, think back to 2023, trying to qualify for World Series of Warzone. We had Huskers on the mic. We played the clip. You know the 1v1 clip we're talking about. We're not going to show it again, but that clip determined whether or not he made it to the LAN finals or not. And this squad is currently sitting in 10th place overall, just a few points ahead of that 12th place threshold. Now, granted, that could be because of the eliminations Jackal has found so far.
Now, we said it was going to be a tall task for the teams near the bottom of the leaderboard. You saw Obs on 5 as they get Tommy back. Sure, edge of zone, sure, in a bad position, but they're on 10 eliminations, Tiff. And with the multiplier, they still have an opportunity. And I think there's a motto we've been saying now for years, but it has become even more apparent as Tommy has left his main team, the old TVE. They got 3rd at World Series of Warzone. The motto was, you can never count out Tommy. Watch out for that team. We'll try to keep an eye on them, because anything can happen. When Tommy is in the game, things can be turned on their head. Could go from in the 20s up into the top 10 potentially. We will see. But back to Huskers we go, back to about 7 eliminations for this team, and almost dead center of Urzikstan for the final map is awfully poetic.
All right, well, hear me out, though. Team Braxton, 6th place, fully eliminated. That is scary to be. I know that we're on the upper half of that top 12, but you do not want to be sitting here waiting to see how the remaining 22 teams play this out, specifically the ones that are on the bubble and still alive. This squad, though, looking to solidify their ticket to LAN, do not want to go to the last chance qualifier. And when you just move up in multipliers, we're looking for that 1.4 in 2 more teams.
A team that came in seated 39th. Joe Gang inside the top 10 and still alive, which not a lot of teams inside the top 15 can still say. We've already named a couple that have dropped out. There's a chance we might be seeing Joe Gang here on LAN. Excited about some underdog stories, excited about some teams battling through the lower brackets and making it to the global finals. but still have got some work cut out for them. It really comes down to how many kills they had. They got to win into some of our lower bracket games, but they only had 8 kills. They need to make sure they secure a sizable amount of kills to make sure that multiplier does the work they need it to do to make it to the global finals. A couple teams, all of these in contention, about to run into each other here on the north side of City as we try to figure out where this next zone goes. I want to take a quick look at it if we can. New zone. Tiff, it pulls nearly dead center, and what you said was going to be an issue is exactly the case. Talk about a water finish to close out the NA finals.
You know, I've been watching a lot of House of the Dragon lately, and I'm starting to feel like a dreamer.
Sure.
I'm starting to feel like a dreamer. I can see the future. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's here and now. And with this squad inside 7th place, I'm feeling pretty good about them. But what I'm not feeling good about is SSD having a priority rotation straight towards the next zone, and with squads that are on the cusp of not qualifying for LAN, like Team Jowo being their next biggest threat.
Yeah, we're going to take a very quick listen in with this team to see what they're talking about as they prepare for the next circle.
I'll drop this util box.
Okay. Those guys are all in that little shed, bro. Oh my god. If we would have had
I have a mortar.
Run it up.
Go up. Hold it. Snipe me, double snipe me.
That's Brolic and them.
Yeah, they're crossing. I'm crossing across.
I'm making space on this left side.
Yeah, make some space.
And they're open
You
on me.
guys should pick this up. When you guys should pick this up. Yeah, that's combat scout. Like, you're gonna use that for endgame now.
You want me to use it? You want to use it?
No. I already have combat scout. Like, you have it.
Oh, yeah, pick it up though, right? You said?
Yeah, no, like, just use it. Actually, use it.
Right.
We're on. 3.
Right.
Under our bridge. Under our bridge.
Yeah, you want to focus everybody right side.
Hold on, I'm good.
Right side, let them do their thing. They can't cross to us in the open.
Look at this. Green ping. 3. They're beeping right there, green.
Yeah, I see that.
One shot on one on the stairs. Running up the stairs.
Yeah.
See that? I can mortar that.
Damn, I fucking suck. One died.
I want Momo.
Right here.
Right.
Building.
One shot live.
She got into the building, boys.
I'm hearing you.
I'm coming.
All right, this team is firing on all cylinders, and I'm loving the comms I'm hearing out of Adrian, a very cerebral player paired up alongside that former LAN champion Sage and Swag. It's made for a dynamic trio, and now they've got their work cut out for them. We did see Jowo's team fighting on edge against SSD, but they've already rotated just towards the edge of island to get ahead of the water. This squad has to rotate straight towards them.
Yeah, great comms from this team. They are firing on all cylinders is a perfect way to put it. Everything working well for them. They might fall here, but they've probably done enough. And this is where it gets down to the nitty-gritty, folks. Team 14, that's Jowo squad. They are outside of the money, if you can call it that threshold to make global finals. They are right there, right on the edge, just outside of it. They got to make a play for top 10, and really they need top 5. And this Abe play with the portable buy could save the tournament for Joe Gang and Vexo. It might be a battle of the Joes here shortly. Watch out for that fight from the water getting up to WinCon where Jowo's at. The battle of the Joes might be back, Tiff.
This is the battle of the fringe too, because all of these teams are on the wire. Joe Gang's team in 12th, Destroy 13th, Sitrep 14th, but then Jowo is in 14th. They need 8 points plus to make this dream that much closer. I got a chance to talk with them when I was in London when they were playing alongside Limax, and they are so fun, and it's just a cool vibe to be able to prove yourself on the global stage. You got to get there first. And about to be in that top 10 towards the open. Can we get towards the next zone?
Here's the other side of the equation. You might be in circle fighting. What about the outside of the circle? Sage doing classic Sage things, trying to clear a lane for his team. Unfortunately, Huskers is firing with that sniper. Car 98 headshot. See you later, FaZe doozy. Swag is out of here, and now Adrian and Sage are in trouble. Holding that right side angle, we can only assume Huskers team has now made it to the global finals. They have like 14 eliminations. They're about to get top 10. Sage in trouble, but he secures top 10, gets the 1.6 multiplier. We're likely seeing Sage at the global finals, but folks, it's all going to come down to this rotation. Sage could play spoiler. He gets Swag back into the air, at least to show some comms. Huskers team finally falls. They get... Oh no, Jacko's still alive. He was able to get the self-res off. Scared me there for a second. We are top 10 though, so they did get the 1.6 multiplier, likely enough to make it. But Destroy's right here as well. We have so many teams on the fringe that any of these could be knocked out if they don't have a decent game. Jackal with 7 kills finally falls in 10th place. Will it be enough? Probably, but I don't know because there are so many squads still alive. 9 teams left, 21 players alive going into the 8th circle. Sage doing everything he can to stay alive with Swag as somehow they have somewhat restabilized and are making a play. Swag going big against Exact.
There's so many teams outside the top 12 still alive that if you fell early and you were already in the top 12, you are hoping that the teams that have secured it, I'm talking about SSD, are procuring all of the eliminations. But Destroy making a hellish play against Devo, takes him down, but loses the life in the process. Almond Squad has Skullface and Noob still in the water on 4 eliminations, but they are so far out of the mix.
Wow.
They need so many more eliminations and to hit that 2x multiplier. But here comes the rotation into the final 5.
Breadman still up, takes down Bonbon, Biffle, Hisoka. What is going on? Finally gets cut down. Did Jobo's team do enough as Aiden plays spoiler and makes this a 3v2? This is frankly a must-win for Skullface's team. They need all 3 kills. They have to get the win, and I don't know if it's enough. It probably isn't, but it'll at least get them respectable. The question in my mind is what happened to Jobo's team? Did they do enough? They got 3rd as here come the swimmers, and Noobs is going to try to play cleanup. Shooting fish in a barrel. How about shooting DJ Moss in a barrel? Up on land with a little bit of an angle. Should grab the victory here. Finally, Noobs, Skullface.